Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Ram Sita Ram Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Ram Sita Ram Jaya Jaya Ram Jaya Ram Sita Ram Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Ram Raghupati Ram Raghuraja Ram Patita Pavana Sita Ram Raghupati Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman Sitaram Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Haribo Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya 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 Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin iti namine Namo Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Switch it up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Daddy, please, you have a spot.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, Haribo.
Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Pravitra Jagacharya Astottara Shatat His Divine Grace Abhay Charana Arvinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki Srila Prabhupada ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Pravitra Jagacharya Astottara Shatat His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Goswami Srila Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyamakund Radha Kund Vajo Vindhavan Dham ki Mayapur Dham ki Navadip Dham ki Purushottam Kshetra Nathpuri Dham ki Gangamayi ki Yamunamayi ki Bhakti Devi ki Tulsi Devi ki Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda ki the most beautiful Lordship Shri Radha Madhava Shri Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radha Shyamasundar ki Paramakaruna Shri Gaur Nitai ki Nitai Gaur Hari Premanande all glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna, welcome everybody to this wonderful festival of welcoming Srila Prabhupada. We have a whole lot of events lined up for us today. The first part will be, everybody if you can face that way and make sure you're not facing your back to Srila Prabhupada. So it will be the people who are in the center. And we'll be projecting something on the screen. So if people are sitting in front of the screen, I request you to find a different spot. Move out of the yes. So we have a few very, very senior Vaishnava devotees of ISKCON who will be talking about Srila Prabhupada for a few moments. And before that, we will hear... Yes, please everybody settle down. We'll hear some words from the devotee Lochandas Prabhu who has made Srila Prabhupada. You'll hear the pastimes about how Prabhupada appeared here. Mm-hmm. We need to make everyone sit down. Okay. We kindly request everybody to move this way a little bit so that the people who are standing near the door. Sit down, sit down. Mm-hmm.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Please, everybody, please sit down and don't crowd near that door. You all want to sit that way. I mean, you're facing the screen over there. The screen. We are going to project some welcome address given by various senior devotees in ISKCON. So kindly everybody stop talking and please sit down and face the screen. And I need someone standing near the door. If new people are coming, please direct them to come and sit somewhere here in the temple. Appreciate that very much. Where is Mohan Leela Prabhu? So I think I can say the sequence. Should I say? Yeah. Yeah. Hare Krishna all. So, first we will be hearing from His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj. Maharaj ki jai. So, it has been so many, many years since Maharaj has been nurturing this congregation. So, I will talk about it in the end, but first let us hear the messages. The first message is from His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj.
Are you ready? Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sanyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare today is a very heartwarming celebration, inviting Srila Prabhupada in his Murti form to reside with us and preside over this wonderful project, establishing a temple for Radha Krishna, Radha Shama Sundara, here in Naperville. The mission of our founder Acharya is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to make the message of bhakti and the chanting of the holy names of Hari heard in every town and village in the whole world. This teaching of Lord Chaitanya is found directly in Chaitanya Charitamrita, quoted by Srila Prabhupada often. Prativiti Achayati Nagaradigram. The chanting of the holy name should be heard in every town and village in the world. That was the vision and the mission of our founder Acharya, received from his spiritual master and carried forward in a very powerful way. There's another nice teaching in Chaitanya Charitamrita that says, Krishna Shakti Vina Nahe Tara Pravartana. One cannot induce others to take up the bhakti process, to chant Krishna's name or to live a life of devotion to Krishna without direct empowerment from Krishna. And where has there been anyone in the history of Vaishnavism to achieve what our founder Acharya achieved in such a short period of time, taking a teaching in one corner of the world and making it manifest throughout the world, and continuing until today, and continuing tomorrow, and expanding. A greatly empowered personality, gifting to the world the message of Lord Chaitanya and the holy name. That inspiration was received in disciplic succession from Bhakti Siddhanta. I want to share a very nice story just to give you a picture of Prabhupada's heart. In 1960, he had recently moved to Vrindavan. He had accepted the order of sannyas, practically ordered to do so by dreams of his spiritual master instructing him to do so repeatedly. A wonderful godbrother of his, Keshava Maharaj, offering to perform that sannyas ceremony. So Prabhupada was still not the prime of his youth, still, in an elderly age, living in Vrindavan, a little simple room near Keshigat, above a temple residential area. Through an acquaintance, he received a flyer that was generated from Japan, called Human Spirit. This organizer in Japan wanted to bring together different people from different backgrounds and speak during a seminar on human spirit, bring people together kind of event. Prabhupada became inspired. Human spirit. He knew the vision of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the the vision through disciplic succession from his spiritual master to him, and he seized the occasion. He wrote to the organizer of this event in Japan, requested him to send an invitation, because he would need visas and everything, and he began a project which ended up not becoming manifest fully during his lifetime, but later, going outside the boundaries of India to other parts of the world. In this case, it was Japan. So he, knowing what the people of the Far East like, he selected a chapter from Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 21, which describes the autumn season, because Prabhupada understood that people in the Far East, they have deep appreciation from nature and lessons one can learn from nature. And so he began composing a literature that embellished that entire chapter, 20,000 words. Try writing, that's a lot of words. To present to the human spirit festival. It ended up, he didn't have money and he couldn't find sponsorship, and the organizer, while inviting him to come, was not prepared to pay his fare to come and expenses while in Japan, and so he ended up not going. But he had a very clear vision and a mission. That is, take the teachings of Lord Chaitanya and the teachings of Srimad Bhagavatam to other parts of the world, because that was the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and that was the mission of his spiritual master. And although he had no financial resource, his spirit was very strong. And within his writing, the word human spirit appeared several times, because that was the event that he was planning to participate in. The manuscript did not become published until 20 years later. Some of his disciples found it. They made arrangements for it to be published. It was published in Chinese and Japanese. Now it's available in English, called The Light of the Bhagavat. I'm just sharing this as one sample of the heart of our founder Acharya. Now let's come again to Naperville. In Naperville, that same spirit and same vision and same mission is manifesting. And as we go forward in time, I encourage all of you to become a little more familiar with the life of our founder Acharya, because this temple, our view is this is his temple. Of course, it's Radha Shyamasundara's temple, which means they have deep appreciation and affection for their pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada, and we will follow his mission and his mood and his teachings. All the standards of deity worship, A to Z, is under his guidance. And going forward in time, I encourage all of you, again, become familiar with Srila Prabhupada's life. Take up the mission and the spirit, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said. Those who Bharata Bhumi, those who have taken their birth in the land of India, Lord Chaitanya said, make your lives successful, meaning spiritually successful, meaning self-realized and fully devoted to Krishna. Make your lives successful and work for the benefit of all others. This is Mahaprabhu's instruction. This is how Prabhupada lived his life. And those of you that have taken your birth in India, please take up that mission and make your lives successful and help all the people, at least those in this greater area around Naperville, Greater Chicago, it's called, ISKCON of Greater Chicago, Incorporated. Participate in the mission of our founder Acharya and disciplic succession, and spread the message of love of God, love for Krishna to one and all. So thank you for inviting me for participating in this function, and I look forward to that wonderful day when the full temple opening occurs. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. What is that? Can you redirect the men to come here then so that women can sit there? So now we will be hearing from our governing body commissioner, His Grace Anuttama Das Prabhu, followed by his wife Rukmini Devi Dasi Mataji. Can you please?
Hare Krishna. My name is Anuttama Das, and I'm very, very pleased to be with you today for this very special and auspicious occasion of the installation and the beginning of the worship of this beautiful Srila Prabhupada Murti, and also, of course, the celebration of Ram Navami. It's very appropriate and auspicious that you welcome Srila Prabhupada in his Murti form to Naperville as really the first event of the opening of our new temple. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says in the 4th chapter, Tadvidi pranipatina pariprashnena sevaya updekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tatpadarshinah. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a bona fide spiritual master, inquire from him submissively, and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. So Srila Prabhupada is such a spiritual master who can impart the truth and give us knowledge and ultimately love Lord Krishna. But Srila Prabhupada is not just Guru. Srila Prabhupada is for us, members and friends of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. He is our founder, Acharya. He is the one that brought Krishna Bhakti, that brought Vaishnavism, that brought knowledge and awareness of Krishna throughout the entire world. This is a monumental event, and having his Murti in our temple and being able to pray to him and to worship him and to be with him in this form is very, very special, wonderful opportunity. For those of us that may not be familiar with the story of Srila Prabhupada, the history of Srila Prabhupada, I would really encourage you to take some time to read Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita and some of the other biographies about Srila Prabhupada, to understand about his struggles and his glorious successes in spreading Krishna consciousness all around the world. Srila Prabhupada himself personally traveled around the world at an advanced age more than a dozen times. And by his influence, Krishna consciousness, Krishna Bhakti, has gone from Moscow to Lake Michigan. It has gone from Calcutta all the way to Chicago. It's gone from Nairobi all the way to Naperville. He truly spread Krishna consciousness all around the world. And I want to remind everyone here, too, that in order to help us advance in our own Krishna consciousness, it's essential that we study the life of Srila Prabhupada, also study the books of Srila Prabhupada, study the teachings of Srila Prabhupada, and to try to imbibe both the mood as well as the mission of Prabhupada. And I'd like to share one story that's one of my favorites. When Prabhupada first went to Africa, he had sent some of his Western disciples ahead, and they were preaching and trying to spread Krishna consciousness in the local country. But they were only having success attracting some of the people from India who had immigrated to Africa, who were inclined toward Krishna consciousness. So when Prabhupada came, he said, why are there no black Africans? Why are we not having success reaching them? And the disciples told Prabhupada, well, the black Africans are not interested. And Prabhupada said, no, rent a hall in a black neighborhood and hold a program, and we will go there and we will see what happens. So they did that. They rented a hall in an black African neighborhood, and nobody came, just a few people of the Indian community. So Prabhupada told them, he said, open the doors and start kirtan. And they did. They started kirtan, they opened the doors, and one by one, so many local people, they started sticking their head in the door, and they were back to the music, and they came in, and they were dancing, and they were chanting, and in this way Prabhupada showed how we can share Krishna consciousness, attract people to Krishna throughout the world, any culture, any people. Everyone is a spirit soul. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken Krishna consciousness, and Prabhupada demonstrated that to us. So today, this all inauguration of the worship of the Srila Prabhupada Murti will really help all of us, all of you in Naperville, to imbibe this important mood of compassion and equal vision towards all that Srila Prabhupada taught us. I want to close with just a couple words about how special this particular Murti is. This Murti was created by Lochan Das Prabhu, who is a world-famous artist. He's created sculptures of many famous people, and most notably for us, he also created and sculpted the beautiful Murti of Srila Prabhupada in the Temple of Vedic Planetarium in Mayapur. So we have a Murti created by the same great personality. So we're very fortunate to have Prabhupada appearing in this form for us at Naperville. I ask all of you, please, at this time, please try to make Srila Prabhupada's mood very apparent in our community. Build a loving community, build a beautiful community, build an attractive community, one that is such a culture that anyone who comes there will be happy to join us, will be happy to visit the temple, and will be happy to awaken their own Krishna consciousness. So, for each one of you, please imbibe this mood, share this with others, share the good fortune you have to help others become very fortunate by the grace of Lord Krishna and by the grace of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, my the Naperville community, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. And I wanted to thank all of you for installing this beautiful Murti of Srila Prabhupada in your temple. Actually, this temple belongs to him. It's only there because of his mercy to all of us, because of his struggles and all of his sacrifices that he made to come to us, to come to the West. And, this deity of Srila Prabhupada, he's really there. And you can come to him, you can sit at his feet, and you can tell him your problems and your inspirations, and he's present there, and he can speak to you also. He can respond and reciprocate with your prayers and your love. So thank you all so much for placing the Senapati Guru Srila Prabhupada there in your temple, in a place of honor. And please always know that he's fully present there and blessing your endeavors and your services and your worship. And he's carrying it all to Krishna. So it's only by his grace that we can even approach Krishna. Otherwise, who are we really? But he's so dear to Krishna. So he's creating our pious activities, of which we really have none. Once a devotee wrote to Srila Prabhupada that he had so many stumbling blocks on his path of Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada said, I can kick out all stumbling blocks. So we can pray to him like that. Srila Prabhupada, I'm doing this service for you. I'm chanting for your pleasure. And please kick out all the stumbling blocks in my path and in the path of everyone in this temple, everyone we try to reach out to. And please know that everyone who comes to the temple is Srila Prabhupada and Krishna's personal guest. So no one in your temple should ever be ignored or should ever feel unheard or invisible. So Srila Prabhupada gave a beautiful instruction once. He said, go where I will not go, go to the future. And by the way you treat the people there, they will know how much Krishna loves them. So this is Prabhupada's temple, and anyone who comes into his temple, Krishna's temple and Prabhupada's temple, it's our responsibility to make them know how much Krishna loves them and how much Prabhupada sacrificed to bring them this beautiful path of bhakti that they could embrace and go back to home, back to Godhead by serving along the path of bhakti. So thank you all so much, and I pray that Srila Prabhupada will bless you unlimitedly through his murti and through the holy name and through all your services. And thank you all so much for your loving devotional service at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Messages. So the last message
Hare Krishna.
is the last message is from none other than His Grace Lochan Das Prabhu, who made this murti. So, yes.
Hare Krishna. I wish to offer my humble obeisances to all the residents of the Naperville Temple, all the devotees, all the friends, and everyone who has been supporting Mother Premananda in her incredible task of maintaining the temple and managing this beautiful construction that's going on for your new temple. I had the good fortune of meeting Mother Premananda on the phone about 2 years ago when she inquired about having a murti made for the new temple. And I was so happy to do this job because she has been a tremendous well-wisher for our family, and I also greatly appreciated her deep, intense devotion to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada and Ramapad Maharaj. So it was a real pleasure for me and a special task to make a murti that would be the best I could possibly make for your temple. I had just finished the murti of Srila Prabhupada for the TOVP. There's a picture here of the face. And people seem to like the expression very much. So I thought, why not use the same expression for the murti for Naperville? And so through a process, I changed the particular expression, but I kept the same hand position that is on most of the temple murtis throughout the world. So you have kind of a unique murti, and I had a lot of pleasure making it, and I hope that your installation goes well. I wish I was there to take part in it, to chant the holy name along with all of you and glorify Srila Prabhupada. But I wish you the best in your worship, and someday I'll come and see the new temple with the murti installed, and I'll be very, very happy. I just wanted to mention that the murtis in temples have been very much authorized by Srila Prabhupada. Back in 1976, I believe it was, I was making a murti of Srila Prabhupada for our Fate Museum in Los Angeles, first American Theistic Exhibition. And this was a diorama of Srila Prabhupada in his room at the Radha Damodar Temple. And here's a picture of that murti. So when I was making that murti, Srila Prabhupada happened to visit our studio in Los Angeles, and he came through the studio looking at all the exhibits that we would have in the future museum. And when he came and saw the murti we were making of him, and I had a motor inside to make Prabhupada's head rise, he smiled very much when he saw it. And what he said was very amazing. He said, "Now that you've done this, I will never leave. In this form, I will sit on the Vyasasan, and I will always be with you." So it is my great fortune that I'm allowed to make murtis of Srila Prabhupada for temples all over the world and give devotees this facility to associate with Srila Prabhupada in this way. Hare Krishna, thank you very much.
That thank you all for coming. Each and every one of you, you are the best. And because of you, we have this temple and we have Srila Prabhupada here. And look forward to serving with you for the years to come. But I wanted to take a few moments to thank all our speakers today. They are all very, very dear disciples of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. First, I would like to say something about His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj, my Guru Maharaj. He came to Chicagoland in the 90s and became the GBC here. And I have known him from those early days, and I have served him in whatever small capacity I could, wherever he engaged me. And it has been an extraordinary experience serving His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj. I don't think I can express my feelings of gratitude to Maharaj in few words. It is beyond words. He is Srila Prabhupada's dear disciple, and he is a man of character, courage, dedication to serving Prabhupada. His entire life is dedicated to that. Never attached to what kind of service he was engaged in, because he served in administrative capacity for many, many years in GBC and so many other. He's a great administrator, but he stepped down and he was not attached to that service. And there is some lesson that we can learn from all of that. It's like we may have a temple sweeping service, and if somebody came and picked a little piece of garbage from the floor, you will say, "This is my service. How dare you take that," right? That's not the example Maharaj has set for us. Many, many years of patiently training each and every one of us, and still continuing to do that. And he is true disciple of Srila Prabhupada. And it is by his blessings we are here in the presence of Srila Prabhupada presiding over in this temple. I can say that without any reservation. If it was not for Maharaj, this congregation will not be here. None of us will be here. As we always say, if it is not for Srila Prabhupada, none of us will be devotees. If it was not for His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj, there is no congregation here in the Chicagoland. And he has shed gallons of blood training each and every one of us. And I never had an opportunity to thank Maharaj in all these years, because he does not want anyone to say thank you publicly. He's not here, so I can tell you this from my heart, because otherwise he would say stop. So I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj, and I remain deeply indebted to him until the end of my life. So that brings me to speak something about His Grace Anuttamadas Prabhu, who is our current governing body commissioner. So as I mentioned before that, it was His Holiness Romapada Swami Maharaj here for many, many years. And when he stepped down from being GBC, we have His Grace Anuttama Prabhu come in his place. And here again, we were extremely fortunate to have such a nice devotee, so kind-hearted and so amazing. And throughout all this process of temple construction, over many, many years now, there are so many technicalities involved in this, and we cannot do all those things without the support of GBC. And we had gone through many hurdles, and we needed many paperworks to be okayed and approval from higher authorities. And His Grace Anuttama Prabhu stayed with us. He was always supporting. He continues to support us, and I am so very grateful to him, and deeply appreciate his support for Naperville Center. Please give a big hand to Anuttama Prabhu. And Mataji Rukmini Devi Dasi Mataji, I met her only one time when I went to Radha Desh, and I felt she was such a sweet, kind-hearted, wonderful devotee. And she expressed her deep appreciation for Naperville Temple when she met with me. And today also, you saw she spoke highly of this congregation. And I'm very grateful for her to send us this message. And I know she is our well-wisher. Now, I have to say a few additional words of appreciation for His Grace Lochan Das Prabhu, because if it is not for Lochan Das Prabhu, we won't have Srila Prabhupada Murti sitting here. So Lochan Das Prabhu is almost 80 years old now. So he has been doing sculpturing projects over 50 years. It's so many decades of work. He graduated from University of Illinois in 1969, and he was deeply interested in practice of yoga. So when he completed his college, he went to San Francisco looking for someone to teach him yoga. And he was not very happy and satisfied, but he happened to see a group of devotees chanting on the street, and he spontaneously joined the group, and he became a devotee right there. That's how quickly he became a devotee. So Prabhu was talking here about the Fate Museum, for which he was making the exhibit of Srila Prabhupada at Radha Damodar Temple. That was in 1975. So the Fate Museum was not complete at that time. It was just the exhibits were getting done, and Srila Prabhupada's Murti at Radha Damodara Temple, the one which he showed in his picture, Lochan Das Prabhu was making it at that time. And you heard what Prabhu said about what was Prabhupada's reaction to that. He said, Prabhupada told him that now I will reside in my temples in my Murti form. So Prabhu had made so many different Murtis, and one of them was 15 feet tall, Lord Chaitanya's Murti. And this Murti was carried in many Ratha Yatras in the East Coast. I think it was in the West Coast. Prabhu was also instrumental in introducing many new type of sculpturing materials and the technical knowledge of helping to build the Fate Museum. It's extraordinary. There is no one in ISKCON like His Grace Lochan Das Prabhu. I will just mention some of his projects. In 1977, he started making murtis for the temples. And one of the first murtis was made for ISKCON Los Angeles. And then in 1983, the murti of Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi in Vrindavan was made by Lochan Das Prabhu. In 1995, The Pushpa Samadhi Murti in Mayapur was made by Lochandas Prabhu. And almost majority of the ISKCON temples have either murtis made directly by Prabhu or from the molds of the murti that he has made. He had handed over the mold to the Jaipur temple, and he had stopped making murti when I had approached him asking for this special favor, and he agreed immediately. So, so that was 2-3 years ago. And the new murti in the Vedic planetarium, which was established in 125th appearance anniversary of Srila Prabhupada, that was his magnum opus creation, his magnum opus sculpture done for TOVP. And so the same features this Srila Prabhupada Murti he made for ISKCON Naperville alone. So we are extremely fortunate. Please give a big hand to Prabhu. So His Grace Lochandas Prabhu's dedication and love for Srila Prabhupada comes out through these murtis he makes, and Srila Prabhupada become manifest in these murtis. And I will conclude with saying a few words about his personality and his personal characteristics. He is not only a sculptor, he is also a painter, multi-talented, extraordinarily brilliant person. Never met anyone like Prabhu. All devotees, all senior devotees who knows about Lochandas Prabhu in ISKCON will say without any reservation that he is humble than a blade of grass. You cannot find another person like him. He's a personification of mellowness. He has so much devotion and love for Srila Prabhupada, and the murtis he made will continue to inspire devotion and will have deep impact on all visitors to our temple all over the world. And of course, Naperville in particular, considering the unique feature of this extraordinary murti. So, all the murtis made by Lochandas Prabhu are lifelike, and there are hundreds of examples where people visiting ISKCON temples asked, is this person real? When is he going to start speaking? And this is like, I heard many classes from Giriraj Maharaj and so many other sannyasis where they gave details about that. So I am so very grateful. We all should be to His Grace Lochandas Prabhu for his unique service to ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada's mission all over the world, and especially for us here in Naperville. I will just read just 2 sentences that Prabhu texted me today, his message to us. Just 1 second. So this, please pay close attention. This is an extraordinary message. He said, Mataji, thank you so much for writing. Of course, you have my blessings and prayers and best wishes for the successful installation of your Srila Prabhupada Murti. I sincerely hope that having this Murti in your temple will shower divine inspiration and on all the members of your wonderful congregation and amplify their own devotion by giving them the chance to fix their hearts and minds on Srila Prabhupada's presence in the form of his Murti. It was a great pleasure for me to make this Murti for your beautiful temple, and I hope to come back with my wife to see Srila Prabhupada in his new Vyasas and in his new temple. So with that, I think I took a little extra time, but it is so important for us who are practicing devotees to understand this principle of deep gratitude to all those devotees who have showered so much blessings upon us. And it is by their blessings we can do anything here or anywhere, whoever it is a practicing devotee, it is such blessings which counts a lot. So I have one more quick announcement which I'm supposed to make somewhere, but I will do that right now. Today being Ramanavami, usually what we do is we break the fast at the end of this day after sunset with Ekadashi Prasadam. But today you will see non-Ekadashi Prasadam being served out there. It was done because I consulted with Deity Worship Ministry, and I explained to them when we set up this day for Prabhupada, inviting Srila Prabhupada here. We didn't think, this will have like a little bit of a conflict in managing the program. And so we have to make offerings for Srila Prabhupada. And so what do? So they said it is okay. It's okay. You can serve the same prasadam. So please don't think that is the Ram Navami standard. Ram Navami standard is a little different. It is Ekadashi Prasadam. But today, please honor the prasadam that we are serving, that which is offered to His Grace Srila Prabhupada. I'm going to give my mic to Shyam Prabhu. Please bear. Thank you very much for putting up with me for my long address. Thank you.
Thank you. Give a big hand to Premda Mataji. What a fortunate day, what a fortunate moment that we are having in Naperville. So many senior devotees, so many senior Vaishnavas, and so many other seniors are here. Give a loud Haribol to everyone. Haribol! One more. Haribol! No, I think one more, louder. Haribol! All right, so that was wonderful. As some of you remember, exactly 1 year ago, this was a flat land. And we started digging. That's where we did our Bhugarva Puja. And since then, the construction has begun. And construction is in fast pace. A lot of people have made a lot of sacrifices through their effort, through their donations. And donations are coming in many forms. One of the forms, we have been requesting to people to sponsor Srila Prabhupada deity. And the goal was that this will inspire the people. This is not about the money, the amount, the dollar. It's all about how much you take the inspiration. So I wanted to call out the four very, very fortunate people when we needed the most. These people who came forward to sponsor Srila Prabhupada deity. We had put $50,000 for Srila Prabhupada deity. And the four families who came forward are, after I announced the name, please give a loud Haribol. They made a lot of sacrifice, $50,000 is a lot of money. And they really helped us to come to this stage. So first one is Damodar Leela Das and Srija Leela Mataji. Madan Gopal Singh Yadav ji. And one and only one from our committee chairman, who is the real pillar, This family, if without them, we wouldn't have imagined this temple. And I have no hesitation to call that family out. And they are so humble. They will take always the back seat, and they do so much. And this family is Sri Manju Gupta ji and Dr. Brahm Gupta ji. Please give up. And also, when the time came, we have total 5 sponsorships. So we said, who could be the 5th one? Then the Katha Mrita Mataji and Patibahu Prabhu, they came forward and they supported. And these are all amazing devotees. We have 5th slot intentionally open. I had somebody, I said, no, I will find from this group of people. So here you are. We need this $50,000. To get this Prabhupada Murti sponsored by 5 people. So 5th is missing. So I don't know where I should go and find the 5th. But it's nice if you come. Oh, Om Dingraji Hari Bol! All right. So, Om Dingraji, I want you to please come forward. Please, for a second. Let people, community should know some of the people who always go the extra mile. I tell you, 2 years back, we did fundraising dinner. And we were not moving any forward. And then comes Om Dingraji. He wrote $25,000 check then same day, and then we raised $350,000 that evening. So this is Om Dingraji. Some of you know, some of you don't. I want to give a mic for a second to please. One. Here you go. I have faith.
Well, thank you so much, Shyamji. It was beautiful, beautiful address by Mataji, and we heard wonderful speech. Once again, as Shyamji said, I want you to join me in saying, Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. In a very short period of time, I think we will see our beautiful temple inauguration. It is happening, and it will happen because of the efforts of so many people. Some people donate their time, some people donate their talent, some people donate their experience, and some people donate their money. It's all collective efforts of different people in the community. So my hats off to all of you. And I was actually fortunate to be exposed to this temple by one gentleman who was my tennis mate. He used to play tennis with me. And we were playing tennis for quite some time. And one day we sat down and he says, Omji, I saw your name at the Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago. You are the organizer of the funds, or you are the chair of the fundraising committee in Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago. I said, yes, I am. He says, now we need to recruit you into this temple as well. So that was my start with this temple. And I am so fortunate that tennis mate of mine was nobody else but Shyamji. And of course, I have one desire. One day, I will be able to beat him in tennis, which I doubted. He's an excellent player. With all this, I thank Shyamji, Mataji, and all of you for giving me this opportunity to serve this temple in very small capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, no matter what you do, where you are, we are always surrounded by these good people, quality people, and you will always get supported. The Prabhupada proved it again and again and again. So I'm so thrilled. I had an opportunity. I thought I had somebody I could have asked, but I said, no, I will get it in this room today. And that happened. So what else we want? Just the temple is just going to get built. It's just time is holding. But here is the one thing. It is everybody has to take the responsibility a little bit. We are doing Abhisekam, and we are also doing a fundraising dinner on May 15th. So let's not just depend on one or two people. We all do our part. So today I'm requesting everyone here, please do Abhisekam, and also please plan to attend fundraising dinner. And if there is any reason holding you, talk to me. But I want this room to be there on May 15th, fundraising dinner. There are miracles happening there, believe it or not. Today, Hema Malini ji called Sangeeta Kapoor Mataji and talked half an hour about this event. Can you believe this? And those of you know Hema Malini ji, her stature and taking interest in all this. So everything is just manifesting for us. Just we need everybody to participate. So please sign up for Abhisekam. We will be starting it now. Hare Krishna. We need the lineup.
So for Abhishek, can you all move a little to the back, especially the people sitting here, because our Abhishek table will come here. And you can all face this way. Move a little bit that way. You can sit in the middle also. And yes. Dhananjay Prabhu and Nityananda Prana Prabhu, please. Yes.
So,
One second.
Instead of the kirtan.
Hare Krishna. So we start while we settle. Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshaman. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Raghupati Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sitaram, Raghupati Raja Ram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Presaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pasyata Desatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Let me know what
You can do like 5 or 10 minutes. Or do 7 minutes and Srila will sing after you.
Get the other milk down there with the play because I move in this one. Get the other milk just how many?
We have it.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Jaya Lakshmana Hanuman Jaya Sita Jai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Raghupati Radha Rajara Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Radha Sitaram Jaya Sri Sitaram Sitaram Jaya 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 Lakshmana Hanuman Sitaram Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Where is she? Up करें ना. अरे
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna. Anyone who has sponsored Abhishekam or Bhoga or Prabhupada dress, please come in the line for Abhishekam, please. This is anybody who has sponsored Abhishekam, Bhoga, dresses, anything, please come in the line. If you are others, you are interested to do Abhishekam, please come in the line. We will want you can write the check later on. Please come.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Ram Navami Mahamahotsava ki, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Radha Madhava ki, Shri Shri Radha Shama Sundara ki, Samabeta Bhakta Vrinda ki. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Again, I hate to stop this mood of kirtan, but please forgive me. Again, this is the announcement for people. If you are in the line, I just want to ensure you have sponsored the Abhishekam. If not, please first give the priority to the people who have sponsored the Abhishekam. And Abhishek will stop in another few minutes. So anyone who you have sponsored the Bhoga, Feast, Abhishekam, please come in the line because it will stop soon. Again, I'm so sorry, Prabhu.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaja Krishna Presthaja Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirveshesha Sunyavade Pashatya Deshatarine. Prabhupada. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare oh! Chan 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
They're just about to end. How do you feel about standing up? You want to?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Vaishnav. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Radha Shama Sundara ki, Shri Radha Madhava ki, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Samabeta Bhakta Brinda ki, Nithai Gaura Premanande Hare Hare Bo.
Hare Krishna. So we will be, the next part of the program will be 251 offerings to Srila Prabhupada and Ramanavami Lakshmi happening at the same time. So we will have some logistical challenges. So if you can all move to half of the temple hallway, we'll be moving the offerings here, and then we can get seated after the offerings are set up here. So we have 5 minutes for this. So if you can all clear to one corner, we'll quickly move the offerings, and then we'll get set up for the lecture. Prabhuji, 1 second, Prabhuji. 1 second. We'll move that screen. We need this. Last lecture in garlands. Garlands and
Now, what is the plan? And after that? Lecture. We are starting after lecture. Okay.
But you give the garlands to whoever. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. All right. So, as we are getting for this offering, I have some special announcement. ISKCON is very famous for nurturing our young kids. And our young kids are devotees who born and raised here. They have reached the skies, and sky is the limit for them. So today I am here to present you one of those. There are many. In fact, everyone who was singing the kirtan, they are equally talented and smart. But one who has gone above and beyond everything, who is very dear to us, and his name is Ravi Tyagi. So Ravi Tyagi is extremely special to us, and he has done very, very successful thing. I would like Ravi to speak for a few minutes. Ravi, please.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you all for coming again. And thank you, Sham Prabhuji, for your nice words. Honestly, I don't have too much to say, but I mean, I'm really grateful to this entire community. A little bit about myself. So I've been in Naperville pretty much my entire life. I currently am almost done with the medical school. I'm graduating in like a month. And then I'll be staying on here in the Chicago community to do my residency in interventional radiology, which for those of you who don't know, it's a form of surgery, but more about that later. But anyways, what I wanted to say is thank you to all of the, to all the seniors who have made this community and who have made me who I am. Especially Premananda Mataji. She raised all of the youth here. Subal Prabhuji, Dhananjay Pandit Prabhuji, and so many others. And it's honestly a really exciting time to be in Naperville. I'm really excited, grateful for the next couple of years to come. And especially exciting because this entire movement started by Srila Prabhupada, interestingly, was started by the youth. So, I mean, when Prabhupada came to this country like many years ago, in the 1960s, 70s, it was the youth who actually, were instrumental in making the movement what it is today. And so I encourage all the youth who are here, who are kind of observing, participating, and who might not be too active right now, but to become more active in this community, because it's our community. And in the years to come, it's going to be us who are going to be leading the community. So again, thank you all for making me who I am, and thanks to the youth for providing encouragement, and hope to see this congregation continue to grow. So thank you.
Again, thank you. Big Haribol to Ravi. Okay, all right. So thank you so much. Program further to Mohan Lila program.
So Hare Krishna, we have the offering set up so you can all face this side of the temple so that you can hear to the Ramakatha. So please be seated wherever you are or find a spot, but make sure you're facing the screen that you're looking at. Okay. So we have 30 seconds to set up. So please sit down in 30 seconds. So, Hare Krishna, those of you who are standing, can you please be seated? Sri Sitaram Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. So we are very, very, very fortunate to hear the glories of Lord Ramchandra and also all the glories of Srila Prabhupada. What better to hear about the glories of Ram than a dear devotee of Ram? Today we'll be hearing from His Grace Nityananda Prandas Prabhu. He holds a very, very special heart for Lord Ramchandra in his heart. For the last 5 years, he's been extremely studying deeply into Ramayana. So let us all consider ourselves very fortunate to be hearing from him. So let us all welcome His Grace Nityananda Prandas Prabhu by loudly saying, Haribo!
Hare Krishna, everyone. Before we begin this, I want to make sure that your cell phone is in its ringer mode, because I'd like to hear all the ringtones that you have on your phone. No, don't take it seriously. Please turn it off. So last week we did part 1 of Prabhupada's leaving Vrindavan for Boston. We'll do part 2 today. And some of you who know the invocation prayers, please follow along, actually join along, and then we'll get into the topic. The idea is to take our mind towards Srila Prabhupada, particularly his compassion. And like Queen Kunti said, may our minds rush towards Srila Prabhupada like rivers are eager to rush to the ocean. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamshcha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की जय। So last week I had mentioned that there are two verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam, from Canto 7, Chapter 9, texts 43 and 44. We looked at 43 last week. Today we're going to look at verse 44. Now, is that a test for your eyes? I guess. So here's how the verse goes. You can repeat after me if you know the verse, or just mouth something. It should sound like Hare Krishna or Prabhupada, then you're good. Prayena deva munaya svavimukti kama. Very good. Maunam charanti vijane naparartha nishtha. Naitan vihaya kripanan vimumuksha eko. Nanyam twadasya sharanam brahmato nupashye. My dear Lord Narasimhadeva. See what you started? I see that there are many saintly persons indeed, but they are interested only in their own deliverance, not caring for the big cities and towns. They go to the Himalayas or the forests to meditate with vows of silence, Mauna Vrata. They are not interested in delivering others. As for me, however, I do not wish to be liberated alone, leaving aside all these fools and rascals. I know that without Krishna consciousness, without taking shelter of your lotus feet, one cannot be happy. Therefore, I wish to bring them back to shelter at your lotus feet. If we did not know that it was Prahlad Maharaj speaking, it sounds like Prabhupada speaking. And this is the spirit of the Hare Krishna movement. In the purport, Prabhupada writes that the Hare Krishna movement was built or created in this spirit, in this mood. This is the prime goal of the Hare Krishna movement. That my own salvation, that's great, but not good enough. I somehow should strive to contribute in the progress or benefit or uplifting of others. So in the first two lines, Prahlad Maharaj is calling Narasimha Deva, and then he says, I want to say something about the spiritualists. Almost always, Prayena, Munaya means the great persons who can keep the vows of silence. Muni means they're constantly contemplating on very, very important topics about self-realization, so they don't have time for garbage talk. Maunam charanti. They live a life of solitude, away from everyone. Vijane. And they're interested in one thing, Svavimukti Kama. Their desire is that they should only become liberated from the problems of life. Na parartha nishtha. They are not interested in benefiting others. Nishtha means to be fixed on, para artha, in the benefit of others. Na, you're not interested. So that's the first two lines. He talks about, in general, what spiritualists are up to. They're thinking about themselves. But then he's going to talk about himself. Not because he's very great, because he has received the blessings of Narada Muni, who has made him able to see and talk to Narasimhadev face to face. So he wants that since he has been benefited, he wants to benefit others. So he says, Naitan Vihaya Kripanan. I don't want to leave all these, Prabhupada translates as fools and rascals. Kripanan literally means misers. A person is considered miserly when they have the greatest assets at their disposal but will never use them. I'll tell you a joke. There was a man who was a very, very intense kripana. In Hindi it's called kanjus, miserly. He was on his deathbed and he could barely speak anything, and he said, "Is my family with me?" And they said, "Yes, yes. All the 4 sons, the 4 daughters-in-law, and the 400 grandchildren, they're all here. We are all with you." He said, "Are you sure there is nobody else in any other rooms, but everyone is with me?" "Yes, yes, we are all with you." They said, "Then why is the fan in that room on? Turn it off. Who's going to pay for that electricity?" That is kanjus or miserly. Naitan Vihaya Kripanan Vimumuksha Ekaha. I'm not interested in my own, Ekaha, alone. Why? Because na anya sharanam, without the shelter of your lotus feet, brahmato, people are only wandering about the universe. And we may be thinking, who are the people wandering around the universe? For this, you'll turn on your cell phone, put it on selfie mode, and look at that person who's wandering around the universe. And we may wonder, how am I wandering? In different bodies and species. Sometimes demigod, sometimes demigod dog, sometimes very angelic, beautiful woman, sometimes not so angelic man, or sometimes very handsome man, sometimes, okay, women are always beautiful, so we cannot say they're not, but in other species of life. 8,400,000 species of life. And we've all taken selfies, our pictures are there across all the species of life. And we are the wanderers. And Prahlad Maharaj is talking about how he does not want to go back to Narasimhadev without taking all of us. And this compassionate spirit is Srila Prabhupada's. And we discussed why that is the case. And since it is Sri Rama Navami, you remember this verse? You remember Hanuman's neck and head all erect in one straight line, and I showed you a picture of Prabhupada also like that. So we discussed this verse, Dushkaram Nishpratidvandvam Chikirsham Karmavanaraha Samudagra Shiro Griva Gavam Patir Iva Babhav. And I didn't get to speak about Gavam Patir Iva Babhav. Abhabhav means he was shining. And shining like who? Gavam Pati. He is a monkey, but Valmiki is saying he was shining like a bull. Gavam Pati, the husband of the cows. So in a herd, the bull is the dominant person and is the leader of the herd. And the bull stands straight, neck up, horns all erect, the hump strong, and means business. So Prabhupada is the leader among all the great Vaishnavas and Acharyas because he has contributed in such a significant way. But because Sanskrit is fantastic and Ramayana is the poetry, and in poetry you say one thing and you also mean something else. So this word Gavam also indicates speech. Gavampati means the best of eloquent speakers. That by whose sound, by their speech, they are able to remove the darkness of ignorance from people's hearts. And for that, they don't have to do any magic. We used to call it ash for cash. No need for such magic. The magic is in their words. That they, by the potency of, why say they? Prabhupada's voice and potency is such that by what he says, it moves the heart towards Krishna. So Gavampati Riva Abhabhav. Prabhupada is shining there as Gavampati. So last time we drew parallels between Hanumanji and Srila Prabhupada. Today we will draw some parallels between Lord Ramachandra's pastimes and Srila Prabhupada's pastimes. And there are some common themes. Sri Ramachandra spent 14 years in the forest among or within an environment that is just not familiar for him, because he was born and he grew up as a prince. And when he came to the jungle, Dandaka forest, he came without shoes, matted hair, wearing a simple jute cloth and deer skin to protect himself, and otherwise was just exposed to the elements. Was sleeping on the bare ground without any idea of what Rakshasa, demon, will show up at night, what wild animals will be prowling along. Still, he was fixed in his mission. His mission was to meet other sages and deliver them. Srila Prabhupada entered the concrete jungle and moved around in such a place for just about 13 years, 1965 to 1977, about 12 years. Okay? And did pretty much the same, not at all used to such an environment. Was used to something more spiritually uplifting and divine, but found himself in the middle of New York City. Jungle, where you don't know what's going to happen next, whether he will be mugged or not. Once someone threatened him with a knife. A 70-year-old sage walking through the streets of New York was threatened at knife point. And he didn't know what to expect. He didn't have any money. If you look at his diaries, he wrote down every day when he spent a dime, he wrote it down. He spent 1 penny, he wrote it down. And this was all in the expense side. On the income side, there was nothing. For 1 year. But he was very confident that because I'm here on Krishna's order, I'm here on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order, somebody will come at some point in time. He had a patience for 1 whole year. When Ramachandra was in the forest, Ravana created some distraction from his mission and stole away Sita Devi. Prabhupada's mission was to give us the Bhaktivedanta purports, and he had one typewriter that was stolen from him. Because it was stolen, it put a very abrupt end or a pause on his grand mission and created a lot of anxiety. The anxiety is not for a typewriter. The anxiety is that if the Bhaktivedanta purports in the Bhagavad Gita are not made available, because these are words of Krishna and the great acharyas, the wandering will continue. And he had very little time. When we were driving here to Naperville, Yamuna Jivana Prabhu and I were talking about how time is running away. And most people, by the time they hit 50, they live beginning with a lot of remorse and regret of how much time has gone away. So we were reminiscing Bhaktivinoda Thakur's song and Narottam Das Thakur's song, the song Bhuliya Tomare. Since Krishna, I've forgotten you, and I'm living a life that has pretty much wasted. So Prabhupada was very, very much interested that people like us should get the Bhaktivedanta purports. Yeah, that's right. We know the story that there were great, great persons who assisted Lord Ramachandra. But some of these persons or entities, so who stole the projection? Ramachandra's assistants were not great generals. They were from Naperville. Ramachandra's generals were monkeys and bears, not Naperville people. And among them was one who's not even a monkey or a bear, was a vulture, 60,000-year-old vulture, Jatayu. That Jatayu gave up his life trying to protect Sita Devi in his service to Lord Ramachandra. He didn't say, I'm old, I cannot do anything, I'll just sit here, watch Ravana take Sita Devi away, I'll just send a text message to Ramachandra that Sita gone, period. You're on your own, period. It's like telegrams that we used to send. No, he fought. He fought to such degree, with such intensity, that Ravana cut off his legs, his wings, and left him bleeding. But he held on to every single breath to give Ramachandra the message. So when Ramachandra came and saw Jatayu, he immediately embraced Jatayu. And Ramachandra's body was full of Jatayu's blood. But he didn't care that, Arey, my Vrindavan kurta got spoilt. I have to go to the dry cleaners. Where will I find one in the forest? No. He started crying and bathing Jatayu with his tears and nursed all of Jatayu's wounds. Why? Because Jatayu put his literally neck on the line to serve Sri Ramachandra. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada nursed and took care of his disciples very, very carefully, both literally and figuratively. There was a point in time where there was a very, very heavy movement, a wave against the devotees. That there were persons who said that the Hare Krishna young men and women were all being brainwashed by Srila Prabhupada. And they were all being taken away by Srila Prabhupada, and they were young and being very easily manipulated. So someone said to Prabhupada, Prabhupada, they're accusing you of brainwashing us. And Prabhupada said, yes, that is true. Your brains are so dirty, I have to wash it. But when they were in difficulty, Prabhupada took care of every single one of them. They wondered, does Prabhupada even know my name? And interestingly, he knew who they were, he knew what service they were doing, and his one phrase, thank you very much, would fill their hearts with the balming effect of whatever difficulty they had to take. That entire pain would be relieved just by a smile from Srila Prabhupada and sometimes a thank you very much. There are devotees who have continued serving for 50 years who have never spoken to Prabhupada, who perhaps consider that Prabhupada may not know my name, but just the fact that they were in the same room with Srila Prabhupada, or they were on the same planet as Prabhupada at some point in time, have dedicated their life for 50 years and going without any hesitation. That's the power of Prabhupada's presence. Ramachandra went to the forest because his father ordered him to do so. He took that order as his life and soul, as we are used to that phrase. Srila Prabhupada accepted his spiritual father, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's order as his life and soul to go to the forest in the west and help others. So the phrase in the Srimad Bhagavatam is Arya Vachasa, on the instruction of the very cultured person, Arya or king. So Prabhupada followed in that spirit. We talked about Hanumanji, that he helped Ramachandra bring message about Sita Devi's captivity in Lanka. Then Ramachandra built a bridge and had his monkey and bear army fighting who? The Rakshasas. It was not even a game of equals. The Rakshasas would become stronger at night. The monkeys would fight all day and become tired at night. And that's when the Rakshasas would be like, hey, warm up time over. Let's get at it. The monkeys did not know any special warfare techniques. They only had nails and they would claw at anything that they saw in front of them. They would pick stones or tree trunks and throw at the Rakshasas. The Rakshasas were skilled magicians. They had the most powerful weapons. They could become invisible and they could fight without being seen. And suddenly there would be a rain of arrows, thunderbolt-like hitting and weaponry and bombs and all of that. And the monkeys had no idea. In fact, they were just clawing in the dark. They didn't know if they were clawing their own fellow monkey or a Rakshasa. And in the night of the battle, rivers of blood were flowing. They could see hands, legs, heads, crowns, jewelry, just horses, wheels of chariots flowing on the battlefield. But they did not give up. Srila Prabhupada had a very, very meager army. And that meager army was no match for the fantastic arrangements that are there in the material world. 3 couples, for example, there are many such examples. I'm just speaking of 3 couples. 3 couples went to England to start the Hare Krishna movement there. They had in their pockets how much money? No money. They borrowed $1,000. They needed at least $3,000 to get visa to go into London. Where is the intelligence coming from? Srila Prabhupada, obviously, and Krishna. So this is how they did it. The first couple applied for visa with $1,000. Went to London. Wired the 1,000 back. Then the next couple applied for visa with the same 1,000. Went to London. Wired the money back. And the third couple went into London. So instead of $3,000, they managed with 1,000. They had no place to stay. They stayed in some ransacked building. Women were also there. 3 women, 3 men, couples. Right? Somehow, by Prabhupada's grace, they met George Harrison and the Beatles, and from there on, there was no stopping. And it was not done by some fantastic sannyasis carrying tridandas and speaking eloquent philosophy. That's also there. They have done too. But common people did fantastic service for Prabhupada. The underdogs, as they're called. Ramachandra's army was full of underdogs. But they fought and finished Ravana's army. Prabhupada's army was also full of underdogs. And yet, they did what no one else could have ever done. So that brings us to how the life of Srila Prabhupada, I mean, there are multiple other such examples. If you study and remove and pick up different little indicators, we see that Prabhupada's life followed very much in the spirit of Sri Krishna or Sri Ramachandra. And so we are very, very fortunate, we're grateful that Srila Prabhupada is sitting right there and will continue to guide us. Actually, he's recruiting for his army. Recruiting in the sense that we recruit ourselves for our betterment, and we try to do a little for others. Then the mercy that we get is unfathomable. Who knew some monkeys roaming around in Kishkindha would be in all paintings and pictures where Ramachandra and Sita are standing? They are from the spiritual world. With them stand all the bears and monkeys. And Ramachandra and Sita are so grateful. Here's the difference in Ravana and Ramachandra. Ravana had ordered all of his generals, on the battlefield, if you find any dead Rakshasa from our army, throw them into the ocean. Because I don't want Ramachandra and his army to see how many Rakshasas are there to assess whether our strength is weakening or not. Throw them into the ocean so they will never know. And they will only see bodies of monkeys and they will think they are losing. Ramachandra gave an order. Anytime you see a monkey or a bear on the ground fallen, dead or hurt, stop fighting even if it's going to hurt you. Pick them and bring them back. Because each one of them is very dear to me. And Ramachandra would glance at them. And all of their pain, their wounds would get healed. And they would spring up and say, I will fight. He doesn't have another hand, but I will fight, and then realize, oh, I don't have a hand. I don't have a leg. My skull is cracked, but still, I want to fight for Ramachandra. So Ramachandra and after the war was over, they had to go back to Ayodhya for Ramachandra's coronation. Ramachandra said, I want all the monkeys to get onto Pushpaka airplane. Imagine, monkey had never thought. In fact, none of the monkeys ever thought they will see Sita. They had never seen Sita Devi. They're all fighting for getting her back, but they don't know who she is. They don't know how she looks. And Ramachandra said, let's take Sita back, ask her to come here. Ladies of royalty would not come out in public. What to speak in middle of monkeys and bears? So Lakshmana hesitated. Are you sure Sita should come here? Vibhishana also hesitated. Should I bring her here? And Ramachandra said, yes, ask Sita Devi to come here. I want all the monkeys and bears to see her and get her grace. So she walked right into the middle of the public. And then Ramachandra told Sita Devi, I want to take all the monkeys back to Ayodhya so they can participate in the coronation. Sita Devi said, sure. And as they were flying back from Lanka, they took the same path that they had come down. So as they were going back, Ramachandra was narrating all that happened in the past year of Sita's not being with him. So he said, I made friends with these monkeys, Sugriva, Hanuman, etc., Jambavan. So Sita Devi said, stop the plane and let's get down here. In this area where all the monkeys are there, it's not enough that the monkeys are going to Ayodhya. I want all their wives, their children, everyone to come to Ayodhya. Why should they miss out on the fun? It is because of the support of these wives and children that these monkeys were able to fight for you. They should also come. And every one of them was honored, gifted with all sorts of things for them. They had created great gardens with fruits and flowers for the monkeys to enjoy like anything. Because they carry this gratitude that they put their life at risk for Ramachandra and Sita Devi. So a little service done by us doesn't have to be big or small. just the spirit that I want to serve will be and is being amply reciprocated by Srila Prabhupada. Okay? So I'm going to end that. We have about 3 minutes. Are there any comments or questions? Anybody would like to say something? You or Premananda Mataji? Anyone? Subal Prabhu? Anyone? Yes, Prabhu. We have a mic for you. Only one of them works, right? Oh, okay.
Thank you for the wonderful narration, Prabhu. One question. Do we have any idea as to the timing of Ramayana, when that happened, and how do we estimate that?
So, the Ramayana happened in the Treta Yuga of the 24th Yuga cycle. We are in the 28th Yuga cycle. So, it is about a few tens of millions of years old. So, each Yuga cycle is 4,320,000 years long. And from 24, so 25th Dwapara, 25th Kali Yuga, 24th Kali Yuga, the entire 25th, 26th, 27th, and down to Kali Yuga of the 28th Yuga cycle. That's how old the advent of Ramachandra and the Ramayana is. 24th Yuga cycle of Vaivasvata Manu. We are part of that. Yeah. Yes, Ananda Vrindavan Mataji.
A lot of us, don't meet Srila Prabhupada in person. Is it considered recognition to Prabhupada to recognize you through dreams?
Yeah, I mean, if the dream has some meaning to it, then yes. Otherwise, it's usually indigestion. It should have some spiritual meaning.
Yes,
if Prabhupada came in my dream and said, "Hey, sit properly," that, as we hear in the japa, that would mean something. If Prabhupada put his arm around my back and said, "How is it?" No, I would question my own dream at that time. So it should have some meaning to it.
Thank you so much for your wonderful lecture.
You're welcome. Anything else? Going one, twice. All right, thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ji ki jai.
Thank you, Nityananda Prana Prabhu. You alone can put it like that. We are so blessed to have you here today, on top of having Srila Prabhupada welcoming and this amazing lecture on Ram Navami. Thank you again. Really, really appreciate your presence and your association so much. I'm going to give the mic to Mohan Leela Prabhu. He's going to make some real wonderful announcements. This is the culmination of today's event.
Let us all thank His Grace Nityananda Prabhu by loudly saying, Haribo! So I have very simple 3 to 4 instructions. If you all follow it, we'll be having the grand finale now. Are you all ready for the grand finale event for today's evening? It'll be the Maha Arati of Srila Prabhupada. So this will be the first time we'll be worshipping this Murti of Srila Prabhupada by doing Guru Puja to him. Are you all excited for it? Haribo! Okay, so these are the logistics, right? The first part is a team of devotees will be moving all the bhoga offerings from there down. And they're carrying not each individual item, they're carrying a whole table. So we will need that whole area without a single person in that area, okay? So for that to happen, everybody will have to crowd a little bit to the right, okay?
And nobody follows the prasadam. You stay here.
Yes. Secondly, the prasadam is not being served until the Maharati is done, so please don't go. Thirdly, please sit where you are, except for the people who are moving from here. So I'll explain the details, what's going to happen. We'll all be seated while a selected few devotees will be garlanding Srila Prabhupada on all of our behalf, right? We cannot create so many garlands, so we have limited amount of garlands. So selected few devotees will be garlanding Srila Prabhupada on all of our behalf. So this is an offering by all of us to Srila Prabhupada through a garland. And then once all the prasadam is moved down, the Maha Arati will start. And this is when we'll have the Maha Kirtan and Maha Arati. And once the Arati is done, we'll be having Pushpanjali to Srila Prabhupada. So please wait till the Pushpanjali is done. So everybody will be given a handful of flowers, and then the pranam mantras will be recited, and towards the end you will be instructed to do Pushpanjali to Srila Prabhupada, okay? Don't throw the flowers on Srila Prabhupada, just throw gently in the front. It is an offering to Srila Prabhupada right in front of you. You don't have to, your flower doesn't have to hit Srila Prabhupada, okay? So please don't do that, okay? So first step again, if everybody can scoot a little bit this way, a team of devotees will be moving all the prasadam there, okay? We'll try to fold this screen so that it's much easier. Kirtan. Anybody can do Kirtan? If you push, it will push people. Mukunda. Can you start Kirtan? Yeah.
Okay, can you bring it here? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll just sit here. We'll just sit here.
This is going to clear away.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I'll use this one. Sorry. Excuse me.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for being here for this final ceremony. there is a garlanding of Srila Prabhupada happening just now. I request Nityananda Prana Prabhu, Hemangi Mataji, Subal Prabhu, Krishnarchana Mataji, Aruda Mataji, Jitendriya Prabhu, all to come forward first. And we have a number of congregation members who have received the garlands. I request all of you to follow in line, and Kirtan will continue. Everybody who has a garland, you will have to come and garland Srila Prabhupada now. Can you all hear me? Okay. All right. So, where is Subal Prabhu, Krishnarchana, Nityananda? Did you, Prabhu? Oh, yeah. Yeah, please come. Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
There's a tune I'm thinking of, but I can't.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. You're not there.
Hare Krishna. As we are getting the next level of our program, this is slowly getting into the samapan, the conclusion. So last part is that we have 4 or 5 aarti plates, and these are the families who sponsored Prabhupada deity. So may I call upon Dr. Gupta family, Manjuji and Dr. Gupta, Damodar Lila Prabhu, Patibahu Prabhu, and family, and Madan Gopal Yadav is not there, so I want Ajit Gandhi Prabhu and family, please do on his behalf, and we can go back and give. And Dingra ji is not there, but Amit was here. Amit, are you here? Amit Dingra? Amit, okay. So we have four aarti plates right now, but here is the opportunity. Still we need lot. So I request you, I inspire you, if any way you want to come forward. We are keeping another $10,000. If you want to do one aarti, please come forward. Please, this is not for anything else. Every penny will go to temple construction. So please raise up your hand. We have one slot open. Please come forward and do the aarti. Prabhupada is waiting for you. This is not the time to miss out. Why me? Rather, it should be, why not me? Please come forward. Hare Krishna. So 4 devotees we announced, please come forward. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Let's stand up.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Are you doing Pushpanjali now? So we should stop then, right? The veterans will be ready.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Everybody is holding the flowers, I believe. This hold flowers for 3 times. Don't just offer it 1 time, but there will be 3 times, okay? I think everybody is aware of it. I'm going to chant the whole mantra, Mangalacharan, and I'll let you know. When I say Esha Pushpanjali, then only you need to offer, okay? Om Agnana Timirandasya Gnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadhamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वती इति नामिने श्रीवर्षभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाब्दये कृष्णसम्बन्ध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाध्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुग विरुद्धाप अपसिद्धांत द्वांत तारिणे नमः गौर किशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलंबर सांभोदे पादांबुजायते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते गौरविर्धर्भूमिस्त्वं निर्देष्ट सज्जन प्रिया वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथायते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरात्विसे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्त्याज्ञं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमोस्तुते जयतं सुरतो पंगोर मम मंद मतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्बुजो रत्न राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्या वृंदारण्या कल्पद्रुमदः श्रीमद्रत्नागर सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद्राधा शील गोविंद देवो प्रेस्तालिभिः सेव्यमानं स्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवटस्ततस्थितः कर्षाण्वेणुस्वनोर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथाश्रिये स्तुनः तप्तकञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Esha Pushpanjali, you can offer. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta, Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi, Paschatya Deshatarine, Esha Pushpanjali, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta, Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Deshatarine, Esha Pushpanjali, Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. संसार धावा नललीढलोखा त्रणय कारुण्य घन घन त्वम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरु श्री चरणरविन्दम् संसार दावा नललीढलोखा त्रणय कारुण्य घन घन त्वम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरु श्री चरणरविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता वारित्र माद्यान् मनसुर सेना रोमाञ्चकं पाश्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाम्ना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो युक्तस्य भक्तांश नियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसादा स्वादन्न तृप्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घ कृत्वैव तृप्तिं भजत सतैव वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपारा माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना प्रतीक्षणा स्वाधनलोलुभस्या वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयो नो रतिकेलिसिद्धये ययालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिधाक्षाततिवल्लभस्या वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षात् रे त्वेन समस्त्रशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सधि किन्तु प्रभुया प्रिय एव तस्या वन्दे गुरु श्री चरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादान् न गति कुतोऽपि
तस्य यस्य स्त्रीसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् ध्ययस्तु वंस्तस्य यस्य स्त्रीसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Hariharaya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hariharaya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namah Gopal Govindaram Shri Madhusudana Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohana Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Shri Rupa Sanatana Bhakta Raghunatha Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadhavaya Namah Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadhavaya Namah Gopal Govindaram Shri Madhusudana Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol
जयम विष्णुपाद परमहंस प्रविद्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी शील प्रभुपाद की नित्यनिर्मपाद विष्णुपाद परमहंस प्रविद्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत ग्रेस भक्ति सिद्धांत गोस्वामी शील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य शील हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधार शिवासादि गौर भक्त बंद की श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा खंड वजू वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर धाम की नवदीप धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्रनाथपुरी धाम की गंगमयी की यमुनमयी की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी देवी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल लॉर्डशिप श्री राधा माधव श्री राधा वृंदावन चंद्र राधा श्याम सुंदर की परम करुण श्री निताय गौर हरि की निताय गौर हरि प्रेमानंदे श्रील प्रभुपाद वेलकमिंग फेस्टिवल की श्री रामनवमी महा महोत्सव की. So Hare Krishna, thank you all very much for participating in this wonderful ecstatic festival. This festival is not possible without the hard effort of many volunteers. So it will be hard to name everybody, but let's give 3 Hari Bols to all the volunteers that did this wonderful festival, make this wonderful festival a success. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! So Hare Krishna. So you heard Anuttam Prabhu speak in this lecture today. He talked about, he insisted or he recommended everybody to understand the life of Srila Prabhupada. And if you all want to understand the details of how Srila Prabhupada struggled and came to the West to give us Krishna consciousness, we would like to request for those of you who do not have a biography of his, the Leelamrita, we have a whole lot of number of sets downstairs. So we request everybody to pick up a few sets here. So in front of, okay, here.
Hare Krishna. Let us all take in front of Prabhupada. If you have a copy, take another one and gift it to someone, please. Because this is the best gift that you can give ever. So, you know, it's also on the right auspicious day today. Don't miss the opportunity. If you have one, take another one. Any donation from a penny to $1 million is fine. If you give above million, I will give it to Shyam Prabhu.
Ask the names. Ask your people to come. What are your names?
Bhumi Mataji, can you come forward? Yeah, Kalpataru Mataji is gifting it to Bhumi Mataji. Chaitanya is receiving his own set of Leelamrita. Chaitanya Chandra. Give it to him. Give it to him. He will. Okay. Anybody else? Anita Mataji, are you here? Anita Balasundaram. Yeah, please come. Yeah. Anita Mataji. Anyone else? Yes, Radhe Mataji is taking one right now.
I'll call him. You want me to call him?
Okay. Saujanya Mataji is receiving a set today. She is taking it. Yeah. Who else? Leelamrita. Elena Mataji is taking a Leelamrita set. Can you bring more sets, please? Are you bringing more? Your name, Prabhu?
Ajit Gandhi.
I know you, but I just didn't. It didn't click. Elena Mataji is taking a set. In front of Prabhupada. In front of Prabhupada.
Yeah, I have not come there, especially because of COVID.
Ajit Gandhi Prabhu is receiving a set from Srila Prabhupada. Anyone else for Leelamrita sets? Please come and receive it. If you don't have one, Shri Sudha Mataji. She's down somewhere. You take it. Shri Sudha Mataji is taking another set. And our Priyanka Mataji is taking. Donovan Prabhu is taking a set. You can stand there. Please. Adrian is joining. Can you? Okay, Radhe. Radhe Mataji. Priyanka Mataji. Take it. Okay. The rest of us, you can meet us downstairs.
No.
Come on, take it. What's your name?
Chandrasekhar.
You can
have it. I can take it. Here, Prabhu.
Chandrasekhar Prabhu is taking a set. Go in front. Can you take it? Raj Prabhu is gifting to Chandrasekhar Prabhu.